So, hello. So, yeah, if you're wondering, yeah, the time change apparently, like StreamYard didn't figure that out. So, despite the fact that I put in that this stream was going to start at 9, when I just went into the studio, it was like 8 o'clock start time. And I was like, yeah, that's not what I put. So I'm sorry for all of you who have been sitting here for the last hour. I've literally been sitting at my counter for the last hour drinking my coffee and reading, so totally could have been doing that with you guys. But yeah, well, note to self for the next time the clocks change that despite the fact that I will put 9 a.m. Eastern Standard, StreamYard will readjust that for me to be a different time. I'm sorry. That's all I can say. I'm gonna go straight to the comments and see how you're doing, and then I'll let you know how I am, which is, in short, fine. I'm fine. I hope you are all fine. And James says, "Hi, hi, son." Reading Before I Let Go by Kennedy Ryan. I have 192 pages left. Very nice. How is that going? What is that about? I don't feel like I've heard about that book. And James says, "Also, you just celebrated 1K subs and now you're almost at 2K. I know. Thank you so much." So I appreciate the congratulations. Yeah. So we'll see what I have planned for that. And James, also, I'm here because I was given the day off from work. Nice. Yeah, that's true. You're not usually here at the start of my sprints. You're usually like squeaking in at the end of the longer ones I have. Well, I'm glad to have you here today. I hope you are having a wonderful day off or had a wonderful day off. And Anne, good morning, Anne. Yes, it's only 8 a.m. Eastern Standard. And yes, it messed up the starting time of the notification, Lori. I'm so sorry about that, guys. I had no idea it was going to do that. And I wonder if that's going to mess up every other person that has scheduled a live stream today, that is in some state that does daylight savings time, which again makes no sense. I put in 9 a.m. this morning. Why would it think it should adjust that? And I put that in yesterday evening. So, yeah, no idea. Yep. And good morning, Dante. How are you? Is it Dante? Duante? I feel like I'm missing a letter or a vowel or something. And said the advantage of being retired is that every day is a day off. Yes, and yes. And you guys are early. Good morning, Coda. I'm sorry. I feel so bad. I'm like, "Oh, no, they've been sitting here for 45 minutes being like, 'Any minute now, Nicole's gonna come on.'" I am a very timely person. I was very aware of the time, because you could see I was getting on here like 15, 20 minutes early just to set things up and make sure everything is straight, but oh, well. Good morning, Donna. Your kids have the week off from school. Oh, they're on spring break, or you're giving them spring break, right? Um, or no, they're on spring break because your kids go to school. I don't know what I'm thinking. So you're just vibing. Nice. Have sprints today, so we'll prepare for that and maybe get some reading in while I do laundry. Wonderful, Donna. I will try and remember to pop into your sprints. So please tell me when you go on them. I think you do your sprints at 11, right? And I need to figure out why I never know when your evening sprints are. And Anne says to Donna, "What time is it? 11 a.m. Eastern Standard." Oh, I was like, wait, it's 11 o'clock? I'm going to be confused about the time all the rest of the day. No, Donna's stream is at 11 o'clock. Yes. And hello, says James. Hello, Isa. How are you? Thank you so much, Anne. Oh, hello, Paul. How are you today? What are you reading? What are you reading, Anne? Did you say? Did anybody say other than James? Coda said, "I have to work in an hour working on buddy pages for such sharp teeth this morning." Okay, well, very good. Well, we'll get into a reading sprint. Not like you guys probably haven't been sitting here chatting and reading for a while, but we'll just keep moving on. Oh, see, I haven't even turned off my cell phone yet. I haven't done anything, guys. I'm gonna be a little bit of a mess starting out here because I was like, let me just get on so people don't keep sitting here. Oh, my son's physics tutor. It's probably like, "You never sent me that thing." "Nope, I didn't, sorry." Anyway, Nicole, hello, Nicole, how are you? Says finishing Becoming Free Indeed by Ginger Duggar or Duggar? Is that one of the Duggars? And then diving back into The Walking Dead Compendium 3. Yeah, Becoming Free Indeed. Yeah, that sounds like she's one of the Duggars. Oh, interesting. James said, Before I Let Go is a second chance romance between a divorced couple. Oh, okay. I'm really enjoying it. The writing style is amazing and the characters are great. I'm glad you're enjoying it. And Lori says, No need to apologize. Thank you. I mean, I don't want to blame it completely on StreamYard because I was thinking yesterday, oh, maybe I should start at 8, but I'm pretty sure I didn't put that in. Or did I? I'm sorry. I feel bad. Uh, Laura, hello. How are you, Laura? I hope you're well. James is saying hi. Trying to catch up on some filming and starting to read for Galaxathon. Oh, very nice. I haven't heard of that readathon. What's that one about, Laura? And Laura's saying hello. Donna says my evening streams are usually 6 p.m. Okay, 6 p.m. on Thursdays? Tuesdays? I feel like it's one of those 2 days. And Ashley, good morning. How are you? Welcome. What are you going to be reading or working on today? Let me know. And James said, I'm very new to daylight savings because Western Australia doesn't have it. I feel like I'm going to do the same thing when the clocks turn here in the UK. Yeah, do the clocks turn in the UK? I have no idea who else does this crazy stuff other than us. I know more countries used to, and then quite a few wisely stopped when the war ended. Go figure. And Donna says, I need to read Children of Blood and Bone, which will be finishing today. Yay, nice. And Anne's going to be finishing 1984. Yeah, yeah. Orwell will. Are you going to do Animal Farm next? And Coda's laughing at that. Okay, well, made it to the end of the comments there, guys, or at least what I can see. So I'm going to go ahead and get us started with our first sprint. Per usual, I will be starting with 45 minutes and then we'll just go from there. Oh, I haven't talked about what I'm reading today. So I'm going to be starting out by reading 30 pages in the picture of Dorian Gray for my read along. Is anybody else reading this? How you're liking it? I feel totally lied to by every like synopsis of this book that I've heard so far, probably including the back of this book, which I feel like focuses on Dorian in this picture. Yeah, no, Dorian's like hardly in the book so far. I'm sure that changes and it all comes into play later. But I feel like it's when I was reading Villette, the back of my book talked about like summarized the book as being about one thing, and that one thing didn't happen until about three-fourths of the way through the book. And I was like, that's not what this book is about at all. It was like they chose one random subplot and claimed that was the whole book. I don't know, whatever. Anyway, Dorian Gray, I'm reading that. And then I will also be spending the vast majority of my time reading Forever Amber. I am about 50% of the way through the book at this point, and it's going pretty well. If you saw my review on this, Amber is annoying and she's slightly less annoying at this point. She's frustrating. Like, and she's frustrating now for different reasons. And the main reason is she's super in love with this one guy and is just doing the same thing every time she comes back across him, like making the same mistakes. She's a very slow learner in this book, which equals very little character development, and it's frustrating and not necessarily in a good way. But the rest of the book is pretty good, and I don't know. And James, oh, okay, the clocks turn over on the 31st where you are. Oh, interesting. Okay, I didn't know you guys still did that. And Ashley says, I just started the Count of Monte Cristo last night, so you'll be continuing that. How are you liking it so far? I mean, if you just started it last night, you're probably like 0.5% in, even if you read like 100 some odd pages. But I hope you enjoy it. I absolutely love that book and want to reread it sometime soon. And Isa said, started the restaurant at the end of the universe by Douglas Adams. Very nice and for a fun time. and Anne's gonna do Julia, and then Animal Farm, and then Wifedom. Oh wow, you got a lot of dystopian going on there. I hope you enjoy that. That sounds like a fabulous reading goal. And hello, cool gamer. How are you? What are you working on or up to today? And James said, he's the titular character. You would expect him to be a massive part of it. Well, and see, James, that's just the thing. I'm not sure he actually is the titular character. I don't know that he is actually the protagonist of this book yet. And that's the fascinating thing to me because if somebody summarizes that book for you, they have him as the protagonist. And now I'm seriously questioning that. Um, so, I mean, it's called The Picture of Dorian Gray, and I can see why that's the case, but I don't know that Dorian is actually the protagonist of this book. We'll see. And Laura says, Galaxyathon is a 2 week space themed readathon run by the Brightside Girl on YouTube. But then we'll also be doing Margaret's Word Nerdathon at the weekend. And then following weekend, I'm doing Transwrite Readathon. Yes, you do have a busy couple of weeks. Wow. And Ashley says, love it so far, but only 60 pages in. Well, you know what? That's how good a book it is. You'll be just a few pages in and you're like, wow, this is really good. And then the scene changes and it's still good. And then you get about like halfway through the book and you're like, wow, surprisingly, this is still good and getting better. And then it just like takes off and it's just, it's a ride. It's a ride. Enjoy. And that is a lot of readathons. Yes, I agree. Okay, like I said the last time, let's go ahead and go into our first sprint. Um, yeah, and then I'll come back slightly more collected. Maybe. Anyway, we're going to start with 45 minutes. I gave us a nice little cafeteria theme today so we can feel studious. All right, I'll see you after the sprint. Okay, hello, hello, and welcome back, or welcome if you joined us during the sprint. Let me know how your reading went. Like I said, was reading the picture of Dorian Gray, and you guys, oh my gosh, like I can't believe what just happened. This book just got real deep and emotional real fast. Like I thought for half a second I was gonna cry. I was like, what is going on? What are you doing messing with me? Anyway, I read about 20 pages. I have another 10 to go because I'm trying to get 30 pages of that done today, and then I'll be switching books. But whew, wow, I just went on a journey there. It took me a couple of minutes to get into it. Like I was very distracted in my head for a few minutes at the start, but once we got into the sprint, I was going. All right, let's see how you guys did. So when we left off, Laura was saying she's involved in a lot of readathons because she has FOMO issues. I can understand that, Laura. Hello, Miss Virtue. How are you doing today? Hope your afternoon and day has gone well so far. Paul says, trying to finish up Ashes to Ashes, then I need to read my pages for Dune. Very nice. How are you liking Dune, Paul? Have you read it before? I just read and finished it last week, and we went to see a movie. I really enjoyed it. Hello, Vanessa. Oh, you're not feeling well. I'm sorry. Okay, I hope you're able to get some work done. Yeah, go take a nap and hopefully feel better later. I know there's a lot of things going around. Yeah, we hope you feel better. It's never pleasant to not feel good. And hello, Alex. How are you? Good morning. Happy Monday to you as well. Hope you're doing well. What are you reading today? And Miss Birchie says some hellos. James says hi to Dee Dee. Yes, Dee Dee. I think I still just read the name that you have there. And yes, hello. Yeah, okay, it's not just me then. And Dee Dee says, no reading today. I'll be decluttering and tidying the house. A pre-spring clean of sorts. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah, we are going to get packed for our moves. So somebody else is going to pack our stuff when we move. So the main thing that we need to focus on is decluttering because there's nothing worse than having somebody pack and move all your stuff and get there and unpack stuff that you're like, why did I bring this? I don't want this. Somehow it's worse when somebody else has packed it and brought it with you than when you pack it yourself. Because at least if you pack it yourself, you know why you put it in there, aka you were running out of time and just had to shove it in. But yeah, if somebody else does it, then you just end up feeling like mistakes were made. Yeah, and Laura is saying the same thing to Vanessa. We hope you feel well. Hello, Charles. Good morning. On page 172 of 522 in Divine Rivals. Ooh, a popular one. Also listening to Homeland by R.A. Salvatore. Very nice. I hope you're enjoying both of them. What do you think of Divine Rivals so far? You're pretty well into it. Dada is also saying that she hopes Vanessa feels better, and Vanessa said thank you to everyone. Absolutely. Good morning, Christina. How are you this morning? I hope you're doing well. Oh, Christina, I got the Planet Oat Milk, but they didn't have your delicious coffee cake flavor, which sounds amazing. But I figured I'd just try one of them, and they did have caramel, and I like it. And unlike creamer, because I have somewhat of a milk intolerance, like my stomach likes it better. So I will definitely be trying more of their flavors as I find them. And hello, Carissa. How are you? Just wanted to come and say hi and hit the like button. Sorry I can't stay. I have to head to work. Happy sprinting. Oh, we'll have a great day at work today, Carissa. Thanks for stopping by. James says hi to Christina. And hello, Sherry. How are you doing? Dog sitting for a few days. Nothing to do but read. Ooh, that sounds like the perfect like side hustle job, help of a friend, whatever it is. What kind of dog are you watching? Watching? Yeah, I don't know why that sounded weird. I think I was thinking walking, but you're watching the dog as well as walking it. And hello, Books with Dreamcatcher. How are you doing today? I think I caught a short bit of your sprint the other day, didn't I? I think so. It seems like I did, but I think I was popping in and out and bouncing around doing a whole bunch of things. But I know I've seen you a couple other places since there too. What are you doing today? Let us know. Sherry said, I'm almost 300 pages behind on my reading schedule for He Knew He Was Right. Oh no. Going to concentrate on that this morning. I can totally relate to that, Sherry. I was just catching up and figuring out where I am on my reading schedule, and I am also behind. So, not by as much as I thought I was, but still, it's never a good feeling. And hello, Tokyo Chemist. How are you? How was your day today? Oh, thank goodness for daylight savings. Now I can participate in a sprint at a decent Japan time. Oh, true. I didn't think about that. And however, I caught a cold. Oh, it's the first day. Okay, yeah. Well, I hope you start feeling better soon so that you can take full benefit of the months of daylight savings that we have going on here. So, welcome for however long you stay. And yeah, Dee says hi to Christina. And waiting for the international booker long list. Oh, I love that list. Always so interesting. So, Anne, are you going to read all of it? Like, do you read all the long list? Do you pick and choose? Like, how do you approach the international booker list? And also, do you look at and consider the regular Booker Prize list? Inquiring minds want to know. And Alex says, I just finished reading Termush by Sven Holm. I haven't heard that. Written in 1967, but guess just got a reprinting, okay, by FSG. I don't know who that is. Found it browsing new releases at the library and loved it. Very nice. It also sounds like it's a work in translation, Swedish maybe. What is it about? What made you like it? And hello, Lynn. How are you doing this morning? I hope you're doing well. Says, good morning, all. I joined a few minutes ago. I'll be starting Bring Me Your Midnight this morning, or Bring Me Your Midnight. You're starting that this morning. I combined that into like one whole title, which would have been a cool title as well. Let's not deny that. And Alex says only 105 pages, but took me from Friday till just now to finish. I'll say because I was loving it and didn't want to rush it, but really the TikTok pull has been too strong. Fair enough, but you finished. You made it through. James, 34 pages read and got lunch. Nice. What'd you have for lunch today? Ashley, those are the best moments. Yeah, I'm assuming you're talking about when I was saying, that I was like, "Oh, this book just got me." It was a good moment. I was surprised because up to that point, I wasn't disliking Dorian, but I was like, "Okay, okay, interesting conversation." And then they are doing a little bit of my least favorite trope, which is like people sitting around a table just talking. I don't like that if it goes on for too long, even if I like the conversation, but it was just the right amount. But yeah, there was some like pulling of, putting salads on plates and looking around potted plants and other descriptions that I'm like, yeah, you're just reminding me that they're just sitting here talking. Paul said 22 more pages to go in Ashes to Ashes. Nice. You should finish that in the next sprint. Very good. And Alex says, you're really going to make me pick up Dorian Gray. You should, Alex. I really think you would like it. I have seen some of the books that you put on your TBR and the ones that you mentioned. I think you'll enjoy it. It's very different than what I was thinking it was going to be. It is, yeah, yeah. Just pick it up. Do an audiobook if you don't want to spend too much time on it. And Paul says, Dune is interesting so far. Very good. Glad you're liking it. It is interesting. It's definitely different. Lynn says, I'm taking part in Realmathon and Marvelathon this month. I'm trying to limit myself to only one or two readathons a month this year. Yeah, I feel you. I feel you. I did one in January, and I don't think I've officially done one since then. I was thinking about doing one in March and then just didn't. And who knows about April. And Tia says, morning, I'm working and listening to Hurricane Wars, and we'll be getting breakfast and coffee on the next sprint. Sounds good. Good morning to you, Tia. Welcome and hope you're having a great day today. Breakfast and coffee sounds delish. James said, my biggest turnoff for reading Dune is that there's only like 6 chapters in that long book. Yeah. Well, you know what? I wouldn't worry about that, James, because there are like page breaks and stuff, even though there's only officially like 6 chapters, it feels like there's more chapters in there than that, just at least in the way my book was formatted. Um, So if you're like, I need to know what chapter I'm on, yeah, that's gonna frustrate you, and it is something that's hard to like set up a buddy read because there's not like read the chapter 2. Um, but that said, there are more like paragraph breaks and stuff where you can read to an end of a section. I don't know if that helps at all. Donna said, I got my Ruthless Vows book finally. Yay! Very nice. Did you like pre-order a special edition or did you just like order a copy? Because that seems like if it was just like a regular pre-order, that seems like it took a while, unless it was a special edition. And Laura said, that's what I should do, Lynn. Yeah. Christina said, Oat Planet is yummy. Yeah, it's really good. I like it. Yep. And he says, I read a couple of your comments about Harry regarding Dorian Gray, and I don't know if it's my dry sense of humor, but Harry makes me literally cackle out loud. No, I agree with you. So Harry's one of the characters in Dorian Gray, and I absolutely agree. Like you don't want to like Harry because you kind of feel like Harry's like the devil on the shoulder kind of thing, but at the same time, you can't help but like Harry. And so then you're like, is it bad that I like kind of the antagonist or the devil in the story? And this is not a spoiler, but I'm even going to share what Harry says at one point that I just read. And I'm like, this is so true. Where Harry says, because Dorian's saying, like, oh, I like you, Harry, but I feel like I shouldn't like you as much as I do. And Harry says to him, yes, Dorian, you will always be fond of me. I represent to you all the sins you have never had the courage to commit. Yeah, truth. Truth. That is like Harry in a nutshell. And like he's right. Like you will always like be fond of him. Like there's always going to be some part of you that's like I'm on team Harry. So, anyway, Heather says, "Good morning. Good morning, Heather. How are you? Tuning in to lurk on all your reading. I'm working this morning. I've been reading Murder at the Blarney Bash because I love cozy books around the holidays. That is an awesome title too. I really want to read a cozy mystery just because I like the names of them. Like always such cute names. And yeah, sending feel better thoughts to Vanessa still. Yeah. Hmm. And love's going around. And Coded says, hey, Vanessa, hope you feel better soon. Yes. Good morning, Alicia. How are you doing? Oh, you're reading Kings of the Wild? I have that, and I've really been wanting to read it because that whole like what is it 80s 90s vibe I'm here for, and I can't wait for it. And every now and then I forget that it's not just a funny fantasy but that's part of it, and every time I remember that there's that like 80s, 90s vibe as part of it, I'm like, oh, I need to pick this book up. Anyway, I hope you have a good day. You enjoy your reading. And Christina says, yay, Donna, now you get to read it. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. And James says, I'm very behind on my reading schedule. Yeah, I think that's just a seam. I mean, we shouldn't feel too bad. We're only in what, like the second or first full week of March. So, or yeah, I think the second full week of March. So we've got time, right? We have all of this week and then 2 full more weeks, but somehow it just seems like it's going by. And Christina's saying hello to James. Coda says, hey, Charles, and and Carissa, Laura, Donna, James, Lynn, Paul, Dee Dee, and Shauna. Yeah, that was like, I don't know why that reminded me of like a Christmas song. And James says hello, and so does Christina. And Coda says, "Oh, are the E's eyes?" Yeah, I think they are. Yeah. Yeah. And you added lots of extra E's too, but it's fine, I'm sure. Hey, Coda, says Laura. I hope, yeah, we hope you can get to it too, Donna. Wow, I'm about to combine everybody's names here. Donna's saying hello. Um, Ooh, James had leftover spaghetti. Okay, that is your favorite meal. Because I notice you have that for like at least once every week, it seems like, which is how what you should do with your favorite meals, right? And Dee says, eyes, but it makes me giggle when you do the E's. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I giggle at it too. And Christina, waking up a little, but so now. Yeah, thanks, Christina. And James, thought I was doing March of the Mammoths. I am doing March of the Mammoths. So, I am doing the Dorian Gray read along. That is the only small book that I am reading this month. So here's my Mammoth, all 900, yeah, some odd pages of it. And then I am also reading um, Arabian Nights, which is 960 pages. And then I also, sometime at the end of this week, will be starting Jonathan Strange, which is 1,000 pages. So don't worry, they're all in there, looming and looking at me. And Vanessa says, I want coffee but can't have any yet. Yeah, that's another part about feeling sick, right? Is that if your stomach's not feeling well, you don't want the coffee too early. And James says to Tia, that's on my TBR for the month. And how long before the coffee? Are you fasting? Oh no, okay. I see what you're saying. Oh, okay, another 4 to 5 weeks before you can have coffee. So not just today in general. Okay, I get that. Okay, in light of your video. I'm assuming it's related to your video. Um, Tia said to James that that's great. That is great that you have that on your list. And Vanessa says, I can't have decaf. I can have decaf, but it's not the same. Yeah, no, decaf is not the same when you want caffeinated. Oh yeah, I'm also doing Realmathon and 52 Book Club and thinking about Pokemon. Someone stop me. Yeah, stop, Laura, stop. Because otherwise you're gonna get to that point where something doesn't fit and you really want to read it and you're not gonna be able to. Oh gosh. Lynn said, I remember Dorian Gray being a good Gothic classic. I've been meaning to reread it at some point. Yeah, I don't know, Lynn, because I've read other Gothic novels and this does not feel like a Gothic novel. I'm sure there are Gothic elements in it, but I'm waiting for them. But the general feel of like, if you want to read like a Gothic novel, even Jane Eyre, I wouldn't say is truly Gothic. I think it also just has Gothic elements like in the middle section of it. I feel like it's really more a Bildungsroman with some Gothic vibes. But like if you want to read a Gothic novel, read Anne Radcliffe. That's like hardcore, or Frankenstein, hardcore Gothic novel. And the feel and the atmosphere in those books is totally different. Um, but anyway, Dorian Gray is really good. And yeah, you should reread it this month and discuss it with us. Just saying. Uh-oh, I lost my comment. Where'd you go? Here you are. And Alex says, yes, Termish is translated from Danish. Okay, post-apocalyptic story about people living at a hotel set up to survive a nuclear disaster. Very relatable to COVID quarantine and World War III worries today. Interesting. Okay, so here's my question. I like everything about this book except for the idea that they are like in a hotel, which means they're probably in like a locked room talking. Is that what's going on? Are they locked in that room with nothing else to do but talk? And what are they talking about? These are things that I need to know before I can put it on my TBR. And Christina says, oh, wow, you can do it. I'm assuming that's to Vanessa. Yes. How about mushroom coffee, Vanessa? Oh, that's a good point. And Tia says, that's great. I'm enjoying it so far. I'm glad to hear that. Wouldn't be able to go long without coffee. I could, I just have to work myself down off it. Alex says, I read Dorian a long time ago, hardly remember it, and think I'd enjoy it. I think you would enjoy a reread. Charles says, actually loving Dr. Hard. Actually loving DR. Hard to put it down. Waves at Coda and Vanessa. I love oat milk. Fun fact, it's high in fiber. Oh, I didn't look at that. Like, well, I guess probably the creamer's not. Um, but that's interesting. I guess that makes sense, right? Like they're not taking all the fiber out of the oats. Donna said I ordered Owlquake version in December. Okay, or maybe it was November, and just got it. Got it since it shipped in February. Wow. Okay, well, they made you wait for it. Well, I'm glad you got it, and I hope you love it. Christina, decaf is not the same, but we can pretend and maybe our brains will believe us. True. Yeah, nothing like a little placebo effect. And Tokyo Chemist, I wish I could do readathons as they seem fun, but can't read on someone else's schedule. Yeah, I kind of struggle with that too. Like I can do the ones that are um like a month long or more event where it's just like just check these things off during the month. If I find one that perfectly lines up with what I want to do anyway. Christina Koda, I really want to know about these mushrooms that make coffee. Yep, look up mud water. Yeah. I don't think I could do mushroom coffee. Yeah, I think there's also like I think chaga is the tea, the mushroom tea, but there are companies that make the mushroom coffee and it doesn't taste like mushroom. It tastes like coffee, but how would I explain it? I want to say earthy, but then you're gonna think it tastes like mushrooms. It tastes like a very like mellow, like low acid version of coffee. And Divine Rivals. Yeah. Yeah. I figured out the DR, but just at first I was like, "Oh, Doctor Hard. That's not what he said he was reading, but okay." And then I realized you were just putting the initials, and I had to separate the words. And Dee I laughed for a good hour when Harry asked, "What is she, Sybil Vane?" Yeah. Harry cracks me up. He's always just like I just imagine him just very slyly putting these things in there. And Coda says, Dee Dee, I remember now. Yeah. Hey, Coda says Lynn and laughing at Charles. I know. I was like, ooh, Christina, that was waking up a little bit. Not yet there. Fair enough. Yeah, we're all there. Spag bowl is so nice and the spaghetti bolognese. See, I'm figuring out these things. And it's very easy to batch cook, which is what I do. I still have 5 containers in the fridge. Yeah, I figured you probably batch cooked. It makes sense. Yeah. And if you've got a good recipe, absolutely. And Dee Dee, yeah, meant when. When is she Sybil Vane? Oh, right, that line. Yes, yeah, yes. And he's like, never. Or he's like, yeah, that's what I thought. I know because I was thinking that too at that point, Dee Dee. And Christina says hello to Laura, Coda. Let's start, Jonathan. Yeah, I'm for it. Let's do it. Which reminds me that I need to sign up for Voxer so we can then talk about it. So I will do that between now and next Monday, probably very soon before I forget. Christina said, mud water does not sound much better. It's true. It doesn't when you say it like that. You gotta call it like something else, Coda. And Lynn, I'm not officially taking part in March of the Mammoth, but I'm supposed to read The Shadow Rising, which is Wheel of Time 4, which is over 1,000 pages. Well, now you're participating. Hello, Cherie. How are you? Good morning. Working from home so I can sprint. Stayed up late to finish only for the week and going to read Token Black Girl. Nice. Sounds like a good day, good morning, and good book. And hello, Kiana. Anne Rice is good gothic horror too. Yeah, true. Yep. Yep. Love Frankenstein. Love Radcliffe. I'm on the fence about Radcliffe. I read not the Mysteries of Udolpho, The Romance of the Forest, which I really liked until the middle section. And then she did a couple of things I didn't like, and then it went on, and I really liked it again. But it kept it from being a much higher. Like I thought it was going to be a 5-star read in that middle section where they go to the mountainside lake. Just took things down some notches for me. Personal reasons. I'm sure I can see why everyone else would love it. Good morning to Kiana from Christina. And Books with Dreamcatcher said I had to go back in the live a little as I had to go. Wait, I had to go back in the live a little as we had to go and do something, but I am reading the 7-year slip and I am hoping to finish it today. Oh, I got you. You like rewind a little bit. No worries. And hello to Kiana from Coda. And hello to Christina and Coda from Kiana. Hello. And Kiana says, I'm getting the kids ready for school and listening to Pillars of the Earth. I've been reading this book for a year. Yeah, like in real time with them, right? I've read that book. It's really good. I hope you're enjoying it. And Coda says, Owl Crate from the kitchen sounded like elk milk. The fact that you're like, wait, what am I missing? Somebody's talking about elk milk. That's the best, Coda. That's the best. I love it. And Lynn says there are some good flavored decaf brands out there that I've been using. Ooh, that's good to know. Are you thinking chalky, maybe? Oh gosh. Good morning, Sophia. How are you doing? Continuing Dorian Gray. Very good. How are you liking it? I'm really enjoying it. Good morning to you, Jamie. Lynn says New England Coffee Company has a good hazelnut. Oh, interesting. Okay, and they're pretty easy to find, at least where I live, they are. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. You know what my favorite flavored coffee is? Is blueberry, which just sounds weird, but and the very best blueberry flavored one is Wegmans. I don't know if you guys have a Wegmans. They're very, very much like a Northeast Coast type of thing. But Wegmans, the grocery store chain, they have their own brand of blueberry coffee. Oh my gosh, it is amazing. It doesn't sound like it should be, but it's like it's almost but not quite like your blueberry muffin coffee at the same time kind of situation happening. And Laura says, I haven't found a readathon that gives me a schedule yet. Not sure I could do that. I'm a bit of a mood reader. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Um, I think it's mainly like the readathons or whatever where you're like reading with them and there's like scheduled discussions is usually when that happens. James says, I don't think you should, Laura. And Christina laughing so hard, Charles. What are you reading? Christina's like, I feel like I should know, but I don't. It's an easy sign up. You can do it on your browser or there's an app. Yeah, I'll probably just do it right on my phone. So hopefully I'll remember to do it when we go to break, but no promises. And hey, Sherry or Cherie is probably who you're reading to. James says, I'm reading Priory of the Orange Tree at some point this moment, just so I can say I participated in March of the Mammoths. Well, there you go. Like, read a few pages, start it. That's all you have to do. You don't even have to finish. Christina, okay, looked it up and it shows people doing weird yoga at coffee time. Okay, I don't know if I want to search that. And says a coffee alternative consisting of 100% organic cocoa, Ayurvedic herbs, and functional mushrooms. With just a fraction of the caffeine found in coffee, you get energy, focus, and immune support. Without jitters, crash, I thought that said, or poop sleep. And I was like, that's a good thing you don't get that. But poor sleep is not good, is good either. Elk milk. Yeah, that would be something. Wait for it. And Sherry says Gothic is definitely an atmosphere thing for me, not plot. The stuff gets crazy. Yeah, I think it's yeah, really the atmosphere and some of the elements of the plotting, but not necessarily. Alex takes place completely on the hotel grounds. Okay, this is about her dystopian. It's first person point of view relating how people are splitting into groups and how the hotel management is getting more and more restrictive and controlly. Okay. Okay. I think I could do that. I think I could do that. And elk milk. Yeah. Exactly. And Kiana, my daughter's dance competition team scored first, second, and third for their solos this weekend. Your daughter got third. Nice. Congratulations. That is so exciting. Well, congratulations to them and your daughter, Kiana. Hello, Teresa. Welcome to Get On. We're going to go to a sprint shortly. I'm almost at the end of the comments, I think. You guys would know better than I do. And Dee Dee says blueberry coffee sounds delicious. It really is. And then you put your cream in it, and then it's like blueberries and cream, and mind blown. Love blueberry coffee. Yep, Green Mountain had a peach coffee. Oh, interesting. Discontinued 14 years ago, and I still miss it. Sounds weird, but it works. I know they do sound weird, but they really do work. And I think Green Mountain Coffee has a blueberry coffee, but it is not as good as Wegmans because whatever the company is, and I'm pretty sure it's Green Mountain, theirs taste more acidic, like the coffee part of it, and the blueberry tastes a little bit more fake. Oh my gosh, love blueberry coffee. Crave blueberry vanilla. Ooh, that sounds good. Is Crave the brand? Totally starring that. Lynn says, I like the readathons where you read anything and it counts. Yeah, those are the good ones. And Cherie says hello to Coda, and James says hello to Cherie. Jamie says, I actually like the 24-hour readathon format. No prompts, just read as much as you can during a specific chunk of 25 hours. Yeah, that's a good one too. Yeah, because it helps you just like focus and get your reading done. Maybe we should do that sometime. And Alex says, my mom drinks coffee, mushroom coffee. Pass. It's good to happen. I agree. I agree. Hi to Kiana and tell them a great job. Yep, absolutely. And good morning, Maria. This is your first time sprinting. Yeah, I think so. Welcome. You're working this morning and we'll pick up your book a little bit later. All right. Well, sounds good. We're just about to go into sprint, so great timing. And yeah, thanks for joining me. And Lynn says, I'll have to look into blueberry coffee. Yes, do. It is very good. And will do. Christina. Kiana's going to tell the group and her daughter congrats. James says, I'm doing a 24-hour readathon at the end of the month. I forgot about that. That's right. Okay. And also doing 2 in private just to catch up on my book. Sounds good. Okay. Yes, you'll have to keep reminding of us about that, James. I think you've already put it on your channel. So I will definitely be joining you for some amount of that. All right, so made it to the end of the comments, and I'm going to go ahead and put us into our next reading sprint. So our next sprint, we will go ahead and do an hour. So let me just adjust our time because we did a lot of chitter chat, which was awesome. Love it. But got a lot of reading I need to get done today, so let's get going, and I'll see you after the next sprint. Hello, welcome back. I was lost in Dorian Gray there. I just keep getting sucked in at the very last minute. Um, so let's see. I only read 6 pages of Dorian Gray. I actually spent the rest of that sprint I was about to say on my phone. I was on my phone, but not the way that it sounds. I was listening to audiobook the rest of the sprint. I'm also reading The Waters by Bonnie Jo Campbell as part of my family book club. So I'm listening to that on audiobook. So I spent most of the sprint doing that, cleaning the kitchen, and then I just stood outside on my front porch for a little bit. It is a super sunshiny day. Um, Maybe when we start our next sprint, if I remember before we go into it, I'll actually take my webcam up and show you guys outside my window. It is so nice outside today. The weather's pretty cool. I think it's only in like the high 40s, but in the sun, oh, it's glorious. So I hope you're having nice weather where you are. It felt good to stand outside for a couple of minutes. So I might even go for a walk on the next sprint and listen to some more of my audiobook. But anyway, let's go back to the chat and see how you guys did. So when we left, Maria had just joined us, and so Dee Dee was saying hi to her and said, no books that you recognize on the International Booker Prize list. Okay, fair enough. I feel like I never know them. I don't tend to follow like newly published international books or newly published books in general that much. So I don't feel like there's ever been a year where it's come out that I've been like, oh yeah, I know that book. Do you find that you normally recognize any of the works, Anne? Let me know. I'm gonna have to look it up and see what the books are. Jamie says I will be hosting Dewey's Readathon next month on April 13th. So Margaret's and James' readathon will be good practice for Dewey's. Nice. What's the Dewey readathon, Jamie? Is it called the Dewey Readathon or is it Dewey's? I mean, you said Dewey's Readathon. So who's Dewey? What's the readathon? That's what I want to know. Teresa said to Alex, what was the name of the book you are reading? Oh yeah, I like totally didn't look back at the things I had starred. Good morning, Sue. How are you doing this morning? Good to have you here. You're reading a sports romance, Formula for Seduction. Nice. And Paul said, finished Ashes to Ashes. Yay. You'll be back, need to run to the store. Fair enough, Paul. Hopefully you did that about 30 minutes ago, so you probably won't miss too much while you're at the store. And Stormy, hello! Popping in to hit the like. Hopefully, I can pop back in later if I get home and you're still on. Fair enough. I know Monday seems to be your errand day, so I know you're always in and out, and I'll be on until 4. I had originally posted till 5, but I forgot my son is starting tutoring for physics. And oh, yeah, yikes, guys. He's not doing well in that class. So we've gotten a tutor. Hopefully that will help because he needs it. Um, but his tutoring starts at 4:30, and I don't know that there's enough bandwidth in my house for him to Zoom or whatever they're going to do for their tutoring and me to do this. So I was like, let's not pretend. um, Coda was saying hi to Stormy, as did Paul and Christina. So nice. So hopefully she saw those. And Coda said, watching the replay of the Oscars, very nice. And yes, I love Robert Downey Jr. as well, Coda. I'm right there with you. In fact, my husband, when we first saw um, Iron Man, the first one in the movie, my husband at the end of the movie was like, wow, that was a great actor. And that guy who played Iron Man, he's amazing. Like, I'm amazed. This is his first movie. I was offended. I was like, honey, this is not his first movie by a long shot. He was like, oh, really? Has he done one or two things before this? Yeah, you could say that. You could say that. Christina said, I should watch that in my spare time. The Oscars, yeah. Coda says, it's perfect background for work. I could see that, Coda. Yeah, you don't have to pay much attention to it. Oh, yeah, Jodie Foster is awesome as well. And Jimmy Kimmel. Oh, yeah, because he was the host, right? I didn't watch it at all, but yeah, sounds good. Hi, Rachel. How are you doing today? I am having a magnificent Monday. I hope you are as well. What are you up to today? How are the horses? You have horses, right? I feel like there's two people on these sprints who has horses, and I want to say it's Rachel and Heather, but I could be making up horses for one of the two of you. Maybe both of you. It could happen. And Rachel says, hi, Dakota and Christina. And Christina's saying, oh, the cutest barista in the world got me a second coffee. Oh, how sweet of them. So now I need to be productive. Oh, yeah, downside. But the first has not kicked in enough yet. Yeah, I know that feeling. And Christina says hi to Rachel. Rachel was saying, do you drink a cup of water before your coffee? Oh, I don't do that. Do you find that helps, Rachel? What are the benefits you notice? And James says hi to Rachel, and that he doesn't. Rachel says hey to James. Christina says, I drink water with my coffee. I'll usually drink water after my coffee. And no, there's water in my coffee. That's usually my thought, Coda. And double fisting it, coffee and water. Nice, nice, nice. Mm. And Christina is laughing with Coda. And Coda says they don't show clips of the performances anymore. Oh, really? Like they don't do like a little snippet from the movie? That was like kind of the best part because you were like, oh, maybe I should go see that. But I guess it makes it shorter. I guess it's been a long time since I've seen the Oscars too, Coda. Christina said, I just realized that I did not do my homework for book club. Oh no. Oh, because you had migraines. Yeah, they do stink, Christina. Well, hopefully you'll get to catch up before book club. Maybe just barely. Yeah, I guess you should get on that. Sophia says, read two more chapters of Dorian, still loving the writing. It's got my artist brain turning. Oh, that's true, Sophia. I didn't think about that. Yes, tell us, how is reading Dorian Gray as an artist yourself? Because that's got to be like, did you relate to the part where Basil was talking about how he felt about the portrait at the very beginning? I could see you totally relating to his feeling about how he's like, no, I put my soul into that. What are you talking about? Dorian, get out of here. And Kiana said, I got to page 351 and posted pictures on Instagram. Very nice. I have an Instagram. I don't think I've ever posted a single picture on there. I'll have to look and I'll let you know. James, 34 pages read. Very nice. Christina, I got my bed made and got dressed and got through chapter 1. Very good. Way to go. Oh, I did download Voxer and then I realized that I don't know why I didn't actually log in. I think because I have to check my email. I don't know. I'll do it in a moment. Christina said, I got my, yeah, I already read what Christina did. And Sherry said, still have 145 pages to catch up. Same. I'm on that same reading plan, Sherry. Alex said, I did a bit of audiobook this spring. Me too. Interghost, Interghost off the woman's, oh, Interghost, which is off the women's prize long list. Okay, cool. And are you going to read the whole long list? Let me know. It's sunny and windy here in Connecticut. Yeah, it's the same weather here. It's sunny and windy. I feel like the whole East Coast this week has had like the same weather. Because everybody that I know is on the East Coast is like, yeah, it was raining and cloudy, super windy. Now it's windy and sunny. And Coda's saying hello to Maria. And Charles is saying, I like big books and I cannot lie. Yeah, whoever reads can't deny. With great wide spine and the pages are mini. I'm thinking that's plenty. That is hilarious. I love it. I love it. Anne says it's very windy and cold in Delaware. Yep, see? Holy Ghost. And Teresa, yeah, it's Termush. Okay. I'm going to star that one because it now has the name of the book. Christina said, yay for finishing, Paul. Yeah, I know. And Jamie, I just about finished braiding Sweetgrass. Oh, that's a nonfiction, isn't it, Jamie? If I recall correctly, did you like it? Anne said, I fell asleep. My sleep is completely messed up. Oh no. Retirement's like backlash, right? Your sleep gets messed up. So you're like sleeping during the day, awake at night. Go outside and get sunshine. That'll help. Coda says, Iron Man round. Yeah, I know. I know. I was so offended. I was like, "Honey, do we need to have like a movie watching party this weekend?" Well, the answer was yes. Yes, we did. And Rachel says, in fairness, I've never remembered celebrities, so I wouldn't have known that as well. No, he honestly like didn't know, Rachel. So I should have been more understanding, but he had no clue. Like he wasn't even like, "Oh yeah, I forgot him in that." No. No. No idea. Yeah, he has done maybe 1 or 2 other things. Yeah, exactly. There was that one film. There's this book, a paperback from hell called Doll's Eyes. My favorite Robert Downey Jr. movie is based on it. It's one of the few where I like the movie better. Also stars Annette Bening and Called in Dreams. Was that a finished sentence? Called, eh, and it's Called in Dreams. I don't feel like I know that movie. Was that the whole title, Coda? Am I missing something? Rachel says, horses are miffed because I told them they're not going outside today because I need to take my mom to the doctor's in an hour and they don't have time to call them back from grazing. I guess they just didn't care about that appointment, did they, Rachel? They're just gonna have a little fit. And hello, Scott. How are you? Hi, everyone. New here. Well, welcome. Welcome to our sprints. We're going to chat for a little bit and then we're going to go and read for a bit. So, hope you can join us in reading or whatever work you're doing in desperate need from some reading and productivity and saw you online. Nice to meet you as well. I am going to be reading a little bit more in the picture of Dorian Gray and then Forever Amber. So, and we'll be doing about hour-long sprints and then taking a break. So that should hopefully get you through a lot of stuff today. Hello, Jaleesa. How are you doing today? Hope you're doing well. Rachel says, hit another 20,000 words in writing. Nice. So it's on pause to go to the beginning and do a read through to make sure the math be mathing. All right. I don't write, but that makes sense to me in terms of just shorter story writing experiences I've had in college. James says hello to Jaleesa and to Scott. And Stormy says, hi, everyone. Not sure how much reading will be happening, but you're here. Yay. Lovely to have you here. I'm guessing you're doing your normal Monday run around and cleaning and all of that. So happy to be here with you. Jamie says Dewey was a book blogger, and Dewey's readathon was her event that her friends kept going when she died. Oh, wow. Possibly the only readathon that has kept going since 2007. Wow, it's never really been on YouTube. That is amazing. Wow, thanks for telling me about that. So what are some of the are there prompts for the readathon? What do you have to do? And where can I find out more about this? Let me know because that sounds cool. And Teresa says to Alex, thank you. Rachel says hi to Stormy. Lynn says, I read 10% of Bring Me Your Midnight, made some lunch, and watched some of Love is Blind Brazil. Ooh. And hi to Rachel from Stormy. Kiana says, welcome to Scott. Yes, welcome, Scott. And Dee Dee says, I ended up reading 10 pages of Dorian Gray. Very nice. Kiana also says hi to Rachel, Jaleesa, and Storm. Paul's back. Hi, Paul. Welcome back. And Dee Dee says hi to Storm. Oh, all the welcomes. Lynn says, yep, sunny and windy in Florida. Yep, see, it's a theme. And Jaleesa says hello to James and Kiana. And Sophia says, yes, I relate a lot to a lot of the philosophical artist talk in the book. I've tabbed so much that I want to go back and try and expand on. Yeah, yeah, I can totally relate to that. Probably not on all the art things, but I have so many tabs that I'm like, is this even helpful? It is because there's so many good things in there. And Paul says that makes 29 so far this year. Wow, congrats, Paul. You're doing great. I hope you've been enjoying all your reads. Sophia says, I also find it so interesting that artists can be so far away from each other in time, but still relate so much. I feel like Basil sometimes. Yeah, that is interesting, right? That feeling, that art kind of brings you that feeling this whole, throughout the centuries. That is really cool. I like that. I like that thought. And Story says hi to Dee Dee. And Anne says the books look interesting, but I wonder how hard they will be to. true. And I know, talking about the Booker long list for translated works, I know that is sometimes an issue for wider audiences and people who like that, is that there are books that aren't necessarily available yet in other English speaking countries, or other countries at all in their translation. There are books that are in English translation that are available in theory in the UK. Coda says, "Oh, Charlie, I want to read. I want to read with you and get a mental picture." The hardback tried to hold me, but that paperback book snuck in and stole me. Oh my god, you guys! I didn't do it to the rhythm, but I still singing the song. Jaleesa says hello to Coda. And Jenny says, yes, Braiding Sweetgrass is nonfiction, sort of Native American ecology. And Leandra read it a couple of weeks ago and recommended it to me when I was reading Firekeeper's Daughter. Okay, makes sense. And hello to Jaleesa, laughing at Coda. And Jaleesa's all right, doing your usual, working and sneaking some reading along the way. Nice. And Anne agrees that Jimmy Kimmel was hysterical. Paul said, need to finish up my pages for Dune, and then I will start the Babylonian Codex. Ooh, that sounds a good one. Christina's laughing at Charles and Coda. I know, Christina. Coda, he is still going. Still singing in the background, huh? Sue says, I got 2 chapters read and mainly played fetch with the cats. Yeah, your cats like early morning playtime. And Coda's just laughing over there. And James says to Paul, I'm also at what you are. I've read 26 this year. Nice. Dee Dee says, do your tabs mean something as in the colors? Yes, they do. So I'll just quickly show you. I'm not sure how helpful that will be, but maybe take a screenshot. So the main things that I follow are plot, characters, setting or themes, things that make up the world, events, and things that I like or dislike. So all the green tabs at the top are major plot events and also kind of following the story arc. And then the rest is just a hiccup of things throughout. The main thing that I'm trying to track are just themes and things related to themes that come up in the book. Jamie says the best place to go now for Dewey's readathon is Goodreads. Okay, we have WordPress, Goodreads, Tumblr, Twitter, Facebook, and Discord, but not all are equally informative. Okay. Okay, I should be able to look it up on Goodreads. I technically have an account. And Paul says, awesome to James. Charles says, that's my book. Oh my gosh, I just skipping you now, James. Charlie, rather, sorry. And Lynn says, oh, wow. I'm more curious about Dorian Gray now. I only picked up art a few years ago to help me deal with grief. So I'd be curious if I'd vibe with the book more. That's a good question. Yeah, possibly. I mean, it's not discussing grief, but it's definitely discussing how, the relationship between art and life. And there is a lot of discussion about art in terms of that. And Coda says, is it because it was on audio? We're just gonna move on now. Oh my gosh. Anyway, all right, let's go into another reading sprint. We will do another hour. I think I'm going to go back to listening to my audiobook for the first part of it. And yeah, and then I will come back, finish up what I'm reading in Dorian Gray. In fact, no, I'm going to do it the other way around because I don't have that much left in Dorian Gray. I'm going to read Dorian Gray first, and then I'm going to switch and do my audiobook probably for the rest of the time. And then after that, move on to Forever Amber. So that's my plan in case you were wondering. Christina's dying over there. I bet you are, Christina, because it's gone wild. It's gone wild. Anyway, let me put our timer up and reset it for our 60 minutes. And I'll see you guys after the break. Happy sprinting. welcome back. This time I was sucked into Forever Amber. So I just started reading it in the last couple of minutes there. I got like 4 pages in it read, but I did reach the end of a chapter and exciting stuff is happening in here. I finished what did I do? I finished the last couple of pages that I had in Dorian Gray for today, and then I listened to another chapter in my audiobook and actually went for a walk outside. It is so beautifully sunny, and yeah, I clearly need the vitamin D. Oh, I said I was going to show you guys outside. So, let me do that. Let me let me switch to the other screen real quickly while I get it set up so you don't feel seasick, because that's a real thing that at least happens to me, motion sickness. So instead of story time today, I guess we'll have picture time. So I'm going to show you the clock real quickly. Um, and while I do that, I'm going to take myself off camera, but you can still hear me. I'm still here with you. I'm just getting you guys a nice view. So we'll see how well this works. So it is sunny outside for sure here. I hope the weather's just as nice where you guys are. So I can see a unblurry view. I know it didn't come into focus for you guys. Anyway, okay. So let's see how you guys did during this nice sprint and see what's going on with you. So when we left, oh yes, that's right. Some of us were singing songs when we left off. Charles was saying that he blames Christina for putting that in his head. Oh, really? Christina says, "Oh, thanks, honey," which, if you guys didn't know, Christina and Charles are husband and wife. Kiana said, I tried to read Dorian Gray years ago. I was bored. Maybe I had the wrong book. But you probably had the right book. It does start out slow and kind of odd at the beginning, if you will, in terms of like what's going on here. It does not start out how you think it would start out, especially I've heard compared to the movie. And Christina said hello to those who joined. And Christina said all she said was she likes big books. Yeah, she's totally innocent, Christina. And then, what happened? What happened? And Storm says, Kiana, I thought Dorian Gray was boring to buy. I like hearing people talk about it as they make it sound interesting. What can you say? Right? Sometimes the synopsis is better than the book. I don't know. And Cherie says, clean the bathrooms and now vacuuming and listening to Arc of The Teacher's Secret because I need an audiobook. Yep, I love a good audiobook for doing work around the house. And hello, Leslie. Happy Monday to you. How are you doing today? What are you about? What are you up to? And Lynn said, I managed 100 pages during those sprints. I got to go be adultish now. Thanks for the sprints. You're very welcome, Lynn. Have a great day. Glad you got so much read. And Laura says, have finally finished filming. It was fun, but I'm tired now. I'm going to read Ice Planet Barbarians. There you go. They're that great way to just unwind and relax and just be done. Yeah, filming can definitely be exhausting, so I can relate to that. And Christina says sprint hopping and read a whole 2 chapters. Not bad, Christina, especially while sprint hopping. And I know Donna is on right now, and it's about 1 o'clock, so there's probably a couple other people on. And Sue said, hardly any reading here. I had to go on Amazon to order a birthday present for my daughter. Oh, well, happy birthday to your daughter. Hope she's having a wonderful birthday or has a wonderful birthday when it happens. So that was a good way to spend a sprint. And yeah, it is. It's so nice and pretty outside. And Sophia said, read 4 chapters of Dorian Gray. I'm on the edge of my seat. Yeah, you must be getting like, we must be around the same part because, like, all of a sudden things are set up and now it's like, wait, what? And you did what? And like, I don't know if you guys were watching my reactions while I was reading this book, but there was like all sorts of things happening on my face because there were all sorts of things happening in the book. Hello, Cinda. How are you? Thanks for yeah, thanks for popping in the chat. I'm guessing you've been here before, or maybe you've lurked around, but if not, welcome. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, and I am up in Virginia. That's about all I'm going to tell you. But you're down in Florida. I'm sure Florida is much warmer than where I am. But yeah, it is a nice sunny day out here. And yes, happy Monday. And Jamie said, I started Hamnet by Maggie O'Farrell. Okay, got 12% in. I'm arguing with a bingo template for Google Docs to make bingo boards. Oh gosh. Yeah, I know that feeling. Canva has like pre-made boards that are pretty easy to set up. I also found some website that will make bingo boards for you, but they weren't particularly cute. But good luck with them. And how are you liking Hamnet so far? Sophia said, I also find it so strange how Lord Henry's thoughts can interest me 1 second and then his next thoughts have me facepalming. Yeah, I know. He's such an interesting character in this book. Like he is just a pile of thoughts, I feel like. And Rachel says, oh, hey, Hermit. I love that you call her Hermit. Leslie says, while I'm at work, I'm listening to Welcome to Hayunam Dong Bookshop. Oh, I feel like I've seen the cover of that. Are you liking it? And Rachel says, hey to Leslie. And Cinda says, my in-laws are in Virginia. Very nice. Love it there. Yeah, Virginia is so interesting. There are so many different parts of Virginia, and they look totally different from one another in some ways and very similar in others. So that's very cool. Sophia said, I just finished reading chapter 8. Where am I at, Sophia? Because I just started a chapter. Finished a chapter? Oh, yeah. Okay. We are basically in the same spot. I am almost near the end of chapter 8. Yeah. And I'm like, yeah. Okay. Yeah. hmm I see you there, Sophia. And hello, Jamie. How are you? Just popping in to say hi and hit the like button. Can't read. Got called to work into work early. Oh, okay. Well, thanks for stopping in. I hope you have a fabulous work day. Yeah. Ah. And Leslie says hi to Rachel. Yeah. Oh, great. Okay. Well, we're at the bottom of I was about to say the quiz. I don't know what that was. We are at the bottom of the chat, so that's good. We can go back into a sprint early, which will be nice. So, because I still have a whole bunch of pages to read in this chunk of bunka. And yeah, so I'm looking forward to that. So it has gotten really, there's a lot of plot things that are going on in here. Like, I really like the plot of this book. I just really wish that Amber would learn a lesson. At this point, any lesson. I would take any lesson. Like, she just needs to learn something. And Rachel says, yes, the quiz. It's a pop quiz. You didn't study. Well, you should have been studying all along. Isn't that the trick with pop quizzes? And Capricia says, hello there. I'm reading a variety of books and I'm reading manga, Days of Love at Seagull Villa. Ooh, I like that name. Well, hello and welcome. I don't think I've seen you here before. Maybe you were here before, but didn't comment in the chat. So thanks for commenting. Hello and welcome. Thanks for sharing what you're reading. All right, you guys ready to go into another sprint? What are we feeling like? Do we want to do 45 minutes? Do we want to do another hour? Do we want to do 30 minutes? First person to leave a thought in the chat is what we'll go with. So, which always makes me feel like I'm in typing class and I'm like, anybody else have that experience? Coda also says hello to Capricia. I'll just wait another second to see if anybody has a time preference. But I'm so ready for spring. My daffodils have like popped up. Like there's some back there, there's some in front, and they're looking awesome. All right, Anne says 45 minutes, and Ashley concurs. And Christina says, who's busy saying hi to Stormy? Ah, you're too late, Christina. You said hi first, so you should have gone with the comment first. So we'll go to 45 minutes, and then since we have a couple of votes for an hour, we'll do an hour next. Christina says 47 minutes, trying to split the difference there. I think that would be 50 minutes though. Capricia says, hi, Arya tried to pop in around 9, wasn't working, then popped in 45. Yeah, there was a there's a whole issue with the start time. We'll get into that. And says hi, Dakota. All right, let's go ahead and pop back in while Christina's still proposing different times. We'll go with the first that was mentioned, which is 45. So close to your last time, Christina. All right, let me go ahead and reset our timer for us. So let me do that. Go in here. We'll have 45 minutes on the clock, and I will see you guys after the sprint. Happy reading. Okay, welcome back. How did that sprint go for you guys? Mine was really good. I got about 30 pages read in Forever Amber. So that was pretty good. I think I need some water. Hydrate if you need it. And how did you guys do that sprint? Oh, I feel like the day has gone by so quickly. Though it's barely half over all at the same time. Anyway, where we left off, Coda was saying 45, 47 minutes rather, sounds perfect, or 52. Oh, to stagger the chatty bits. I didn't think about that. That's funny. Yeah, I've done that when you're like sprint hopping and going from people to people. You're like, I need there to be at least 20 to 30 minutes between you each when you each chat. So can you sort of break it up on this timeline for me? And Dee Dee was saying, haha, to Christina. Yeah. And hello, Stargater. How are you doing? How's it going today? I say hello to fellow readers reading The Women by Kristen Hanna. Ooh, I know that's a new release. How are you liking it? I've heard mixed things. And hello, Kathy. How are you doing? Lots of people just joined. Doing a bit of personal work, making a picnic, and then heading to the park to have a relaxing day. That sounds awesome, Kathy. I think you went to the park last week too, didn't you? Or we're thinking about going outside or something like that. So that's nice. Oh, finishing Horror Store by Grady Hendrix and then starting Love on the Brain. Nice. You got an interesting mix there. I love the format of Horror Store. Like, I just love that it's like the IKEA catalog. I think that was just so genius. But I'm not a horror reader, so I will probably never read it. But if I did read horror, I would buy that book because I just love the format. And Christina is saying exactly Dakota. Sherry says 22 pages until I'm all caught up. Yay. Very good. You've made some good progress there. That's what it's all for. Sue is almost done with her book. Very nice. Ooh, we're all coming along here. Jamie made some progress in Hamnet, which is good so far. Great. I'm also finished making one of my 4 bingo boards. Fun. I love a good bingo board. That is so much fun. Love it, love it, love it. And Miss Ritchie says, I said I wasn't going to read, but I got to chapter 8 of Dorian Gray. Very nice, Dee Dee. I know, I was thinking, I was like, but I thought you weren't reading, but yeah. I mean, once you get past a certain point, then you're kind of like, wait, what? What are you doing? What are these decisions? Huxley, how are you? I'm so glad to see you. I'm doing well. How are things today? What are you reading this afternoon? Let me know. Sophia said read 2.5 chapters of Dorian Gray, and he's starting to lose me. Oh no, you feel like you need a spark note all of a sudden? Gosh, what happened? Oh, that's what I'm wondering. Okay, I'm not reading anymore until Friday. So now I'm really curious, Sophia, to get to the next part because it does seem like chapter 8 you know, things are starting to go in a certain direction. So, interesting. Yeah, I could definitely see a Spark Notes being helpful because I have the Barnes& and Noble's Classic Edition, which I really like this cover. But I find Barnes& and Noble's their classics, they have some notes, but they tend to be very minimal, which I like the first time I read a book, but they do not have enough notes for me if it was going to be like a reread and I'd want to catch more stuff like Pokemon. And Dee says, I'm currently picking my jaw off the floor. Yeah, because you said you got to through chapter 8. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Right. Right. Up to that point, it's like, okay, okay, okay. And then chapter 7 and 8, you're like, whoa, 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 whoa. Things started happening. And I was like, oh, I had just and now whew, a lot goes on in that like short chapter, which makes sense. It's a short book, so stuff's got to kind of come all together. Oh, Lena, how are you? Hi, everyone. Still enjoying reading Genji? That's right. I forgot you were reading Genji. So happy for you. Also starting to read Les Mis. Yes, March of the Mammoths. I see you there. Plan to read The Count of Monte Cristo. Oh, I love that you're like a multiple Mammoth reader like I am. And those are all amazing books for different reasons. How is Genji going for you? Are you still enjoying it? Are you loving it? Let me know. Christina says, I was chatting, but I got a bit more read and worked on the blanket too. Very nice, Christina. You actually got a lot done that time. Alex says, Horse Store is my favorite Grady Hendrix. My book club reads him almost every October. That seems like a good time to read him. Very nice. Ashley says, on page 83 of Monte Cristo now. Didn't get started reading until the past hour. I'm finding myself enraged. I know for Dante's. I just wanted to punch a few people in the face repeatedly. The same people as well as different people wanted to do repeated punches. Like, oh, yeah. Like, I know. I just, Dante's. And Kathy said, probably was me last week. I like park days. It's my relaxation place and a way to get my vitamin D. I mean, that's awesome. And that's nice that like you're close enough to a park that you can go and have the ability to go, anytime you want. So yeah, I love being outside in nature, so long as nature's not too naturey. Sophia, or maybe I just need some more coffee and need to reread this chapter 11 a bit slower. Okay, I feel you. I know books that are like that, where you're like, yeah, this is going. And then you're like, am I confused or just tired? And hello, Courtney. How are you today? Good to see you. Thanks for coming on. Are you working today? Are you being productive reading? What's going on? And Metzley says, I'm doing good. I'll read The Eight Night by Sebastian Fizek. Oh, I don't know that one. Okay. Dorian Gray is my favorite book ever, says Kathy. It's such a good book, and some theorize about how it's a self reflection he wrote about himself. That's interesting. I have wondered that, Kathy. Like, I could see why people would think that because I've felt like that at times where I feel like how much of this book is really Oscar Wilde and not just Dorian. Like I feel like Dorian actually really isn't himself, but kind of goes through some of his stuff. But I feel like he's all of the characters and yet none of the characters, but some of the thoughts of the characters, if that makes sense. But I'm really enjoying it as well. Metzley says repeatedly with a chair. Okay, so you'll read Eighth Night by Sebastian repeatedly with a chair. I'm a little confused. Alex said, "Oh man, I'm going to have to reread Monte Cristo too." I know. There are so many good books, and like I hate doing rereads because I'm like, but I want to take time. Do you see these books? Like have so much I need to read. And yet, there's the time to reread, and I don't have time for all that jazz. Oh, how are there so many books in the world? And Courtney's off today. Oh, very nice. Okay, running errands, house stuff, washed your hair. Yeah, that's a whole thing in and of itself, isn't it always? And it's a PITA. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it can be. It definitely can be. Thus, I locked mine because I was like, I'm done. Which ironically, I still have to band my hair to wash it, but I don't have to put stuff in it afterwards. Maybe that's what the difference is. And plus, like doing a couple of bands is not as much as like having to twist my whole head while putting stuff in it and da 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 da. Hair care journey. And Christina says hi to Courtney, as does Coda. Metzley said, "Oh, you said something about hitting people repeatedly." Oh, yes, 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 yes. Sorry, I missed that connection. Yes, because I'm not seeing it in real time. Yes, yes, yes. Hit them repeatedly with the chair for Dante's. Yeah, I would do that. Yeah, Dante's. I felt so bad for him. Poor Dante's. Oh, but I didn't feel bad for him after a while. It's a good book, guys. If you haven't read The Count of Monte Cristo, read it. It's worth the long bit. Les Mis, I can definitely see why people abridge that. Count on my crystal. No, read all of it. And Courtney says, why do you ban to wash it and why not put hair stuff in after? Oh, good question. Okay, yeah. So with sister locks, you the I guess the main thing is, especially until your locks lock, I don't know how well you can see in this lighting, but my ends are still opened. They're not twisted all the way to the ends. And then the other thing is because they're so small, if you don't like, it's just a two-strand twist that I do. If you don't do a two-strand twist and then you like basically secure it up in a little bob like so, and that keeps your ends from getting tangled together while you're washing your hair because your ends can still lock together with other strands, if that makes sense. So that's why you have to band it when you wash it. So you still get like all your hair washed and stuff, but it's basically just securing the ends of your hair. And then putting stuff in it afterwards, you actually just don't need to. So I couldn't explain to you why. I'm trying to think if when I locked my hair, like I had bigger locks before, and I also don't think you really put anything in it with that either. Partially because if your hair gets too oily, you can get slippage, but I don't know. Like I was a little skeptical about that as well. Like nothing. I don't need to put anything in this after I shampoo it and wash it with like the Sister Lock shampoo or whatever I'm using. She's like, nope. And I agree. Like my hair feels amazing. Probably better than it did before. I don't know. It's weird. Ashley, it's my first read through and I regret putting it off for so long. Yeah, yeah, no. I don't know that I put it off. I mean, I read it probably within a year of like really learning what the book was about, but yeah, I have definitely had that experience with other books. And Metzley says the change in opinions there. I want to read it now. It's been on my TBR for a while. I'll read it. It is so good. It is so good. I want to say that it starts a little slow towards the beginning, but I don't think that's true. I was just really had expected something else to happen with the plot. And so the beginning of the book did not start how I thought it was going to. So it felt slow because I was thinking he was going to be running around from like page one all the way to the end. Courtney says you don't leave in conditioner or moisturizer. Nope, not since getting the sister locks. And you've been using aloe water and oil, but my hair is dry feeling a lot. Yeah, normally I would have had to. Like when I was just doing two strand twists and twist outs, I would have had a leave in conditioner in there for sure. But ever since doing the sister locks, nope, I don't put anything in my hair. And in fact, by the time I get to hair wash day, my hair feels oily. Like it's time to wash. I don't know why the locks changed that because it's changed it for me. And Courtney says hello to Coda and Christina. And Kathy says Moby Dick is one of my put off books. Oh no, my gosh. No, Kathy, read Moby Dick. Don't put it off anymore. Just do yourself a favor and don't take it too seriously. Maybe read it in tangent with an audiobook, but read Moby Dick. And I read it last year and I read the first page. Just read the first page, okay? And that was all I did. I was like, let me just decide if I want to read it based on this. And I laughed for about 10 minutes straight until I was crying. I laughed so hard because he starts with this idea of like, this is why I go sailing when I feel like this. And it's supposed to be a very relatable moment. I could not relate to it at all. And I thought it was so hilarious. Moby Dick to me is kind of like a few hundred pages of like just a male fisherman experience that I can't relate to, but for some reason I found hilarious. And it talks about so many interesting things. You just have to accept that it's not going to be a straight storyline. You're going to have a plot that's going on in there. You're going to talk about whaling. You're going to talk about whales. You're going to talk about like the color white and the color black and all sorts of things. You're going to realize that Queequeg and Ishmael have a very interesting relationship. and you're gonna have problems with all the characters and then be like, I don't know. Read it. I loved it. And, Dee Dee says, "I've toyed with the idea of having sister locks, but my hair started to break at my crown, so I'll probably cut it all off again at some point this year." Ah, wow, frustrating. I know that feeling. Yeah, if you know what, I would go to a really good consultant and they will be able to give you some feedback, but make sure you know what's going on before, you know, you mess with your hair. Alex says, "I'm putting off Moby Dick too, but I read Jaws, then Old Man in the Sea, so I guess I have to pick up." Yeah, yeah, you kinda do, Alex. Yeah, you're kind of, like, dancing all around Moby Dick there. And Coda says, "First time I ever heard read Moby Dick, it's hilarious." I I know, I know. That is not the popular opinion. Most people, I think, honestly take the book too seriously. I think people take the book way too seriously. And I actually had to read multiple articles to see, like, was I completely misunderstanding this book in that and thinking that there are aspects of it that are honestly just weird and funny because they're so outlandish and outrageous. And I did find a couple of articles that were like, nope, there are things in Moby Dick that are just absolutely outrageous and kind of funny, but that the book frequently doesn't get taught that way. So I think it's a hilarious book. Read the opening page, everyone. Like go on to Project Gutenberg and find his opening page about why he goes out to sea every now and then. I thought it was funny. Christina says Jaws was an experience, probably the only time I have ever said the movie was better. Ouch. And Courtney says, I can relate to the hair issues, Dee Dee. That's the reason I'm locking less maintenance. Absolutely. And see, I want to talk about hair and everyone else wants. It's okay, Courtney. It's okay. We'll have to do like a live show or something sometime where we just talk about hair. And Christina says, "Nah, chat about everything, Courtney." Exactly, exactly. Yeah, I mean, come on. Think about some of the things we've chatted about before, either on here or other live streams. Like hair would not be like the most random. And Jamie says, "I read Moby Dick in print and it was so boring. I was really cheering for the whale and found the rest so tedious. An audiobook might have been easier, so I could crochet at least while listening." Yeah, and if you get a good audiobook, they do the voices as well. I mean, I might have had a couple of like weird readings of it. Like one of the sailors basically just like gives the guys crap while they're rowing the entire time, but reminded me of my husband's coach in high school, who was like the kind of guy who would be like, "Run, run your butt off." But instead, he was telling them to row and was, yeah, I thought it was funny. Maybe I have a weird sense of humor. Alex says, Jaws, the book, was not what I expected. It was much deeper than the beach read I expected. Interesting. I would not have expected that either. Um, and did you read it while on the beach? That's the real question. I mean, you put beach in quotes, so I'm guessing you didn't. I need help with my hair, but the idea of going to a salon gives me anxiety. Messy bun, it is. Yeah, it can be hard to find somebody who can do a good job and help you figure out your hair. Didi said, I had a blonde fade and loved it for years. Then 2020 happened. Yeah. And I decided to grow it, but I missed the blonde. It was so much easier. Ah, yeah, I know. That kind of messed a lot of people's hair up, huh? Alina says, I can't read one book, always more than four at the same time, different formats and different languages. Yeah, yeah, you know what? I'm the same way. I like to have multiple things going, like an audio book, a book that's maybe a quick, small read that I can put in my purse, a longer read. The more the merrier. All right, let's go ahead and get into our next sprint. How long do we want to go? Do we want to go another 45 minutes? Do we want to do an hour? First in the comment gets it. And Dee Dee says, Courtney, yeah, this was the reason I was thinking of getting locks. Yeah. Um, I can't say enough things about sister locks. I have had like pencil size, well, maybe a little bit bigger than my pinky finger size locks before, and I really liked those. But sister locks are completely different. If that's something that's in your price range and affordable. Um, and so far, I like the sister locks better. uh, but mileage may vary. And yeah. And what is Christina saying? There was the infidelity thing in the book that threw me off. Some people should just not write smut. Was this in um Jaws? Did that happen in Jaws, Christina? That just seems really strange. Okay, 60 minutes. And hey, Josie, welcome. Thanks for joining. Yes, just joined. Yeah, we're just about to go into a sprint. So you'll get a good start with reading or productivity or whatever you're doing. Thanks for joining. Oh, and then everybody else said 45. Well, maybe next time. Yeah, it's gonna be 60. Metzley said same. I'm not that into audiobooks. I get distracted easily, but I read a couple of books at the same time. It was Jaws. That's so weird, Christina. Like that there's infidelity in Jaws. Like, what's going on there? And Courtney says, I want something I can maintain myself. Yeah, okay. Yeah. So have you considered regular locks? A lot of people will do their own regular locks. Um, I have 60, and that is a good number. Oh, do you have locks already? Did I miss that? Christina, it was blessedly not in the movie. Yeah, I don't remember that in the movie at all. And Alex says yes, and Jonas, the racism and misogyny was as you expected, but the anti-capitalist tone was a nice surprise. Oh gosh, it just had a little of everything. You need to read Jaws again. And Josie's reading Shadow and Bone. Awesome. All right. Well, let me get our timer reset up here for our 60-minute sprint. And that will work just perfectly for me. Let's see. It'll be about 2 o'clock. That'll take us just before three. Good. And then we'll be able to fit one more sprint in after that before I have to go. So this is our second to last sprint. Let me make this 60 minutes. I think I did the timing right when I said that. And happy reading. I'll see you after the sprint. Hello, hello, and welcome back. How was your sprint, guys? How did things go? My sprint was good. I read another 20 pages in Forever Amber, and then what did I do after that? Because that wasn't the whole time. I got up at one point because I wanted to walk around. I was gonna put on my audiobook. And I didn't. Oh, I know what happened because I picked up my phone and a work call had come in. Somebody had a question about some work for later this week. And so I called them back and that took the rest of the time basically. Okay. I was like, what did I just do? Anyway, I hope you guys got some good reading in and let me know. When we left off, I had Jaleesa who was saying that you think Courtney was talking about 60 was 60 minutes. Oh, not 60 locks. Okay. I have no idea. Please let us know, Courtney. Because that would be very different things. And my comments are frozen here for me. Here we go. Okay, Christina said it was the worst month scene ever. What were we talking? Oh, yes, in Jaws. This is like I can imagine. I can imagine. And Courtney says, Twister interlocks, I'm doing a little something something over pan out over time. Okay, so you were talking about 60 locks, right? Or no? Please help. Hey, Christina said hi to Jaleesa. Courtney says hi to Jaleesa. Dante says, hello, just went to do my taxes and went to the doctor. So quite a busy morning, but now catching up on my reading. Yeah, that was a busy morning for you. Yeah, because you said hi way earlier and then did all that. And that's a lot to do, especially the taxes potentially. And Jaleesa says hello to Christina and to Courtney. And I can get that to show. No, maybe. No, scrolled too far. Okay. Comments are an issue today for me, apparently. There you go. Hello to Courtney. Christina says, like, I don't think the author had ever experienced spicy time in his life. Really? Was that bad? Wow. Things to know about Jaws the book. The movie must have been better. Jaleesa says, oh my gosh, Christina, that's terrible and cringy. Yeah, it sounds it. And Dee Dee says, reminds me, yeah, it was Jaws that we were talking about. Courtney says, Christina, that's unfortunate. I need to avoid that book because Mama needs spice. Right? Yes, they're laughing. And Carisha says, one more chapter and I'm done with my book, then going to start another. Nice. Did you finish your book? And what's the next book you're going to start? Probably book 2. Oh, okay. So you're reading a series. What book were you reading altogether? Did you mention that and I already forgot? Anne said, outside, a friend is bringing supper. Ooh, nice. What are you guys going to have? Christina, yes, it was to Lisa. Even my hubby thought so as you were listening to it together. Oh, God. A bad smut audiobook scene of Jaws. This whole experience, Christina, sounds horrible on a whole nother level. And Dee Dee said, oh, I can honestly say I have no interest in reading Jaws. Happily stick to memories of the movie. Yes, same. Oh, James, you're back. I'm glad. We didn't know you left, but we're glad you're back. And Christina says hi. I did notice that you were commenting a lot, though. So James says hi to Christina. Went for a walk and had a snack and then went on my phone for a while. Nice. I've decided to cheat in my 31 books in 31 day challenge and read all my short books that are like 100 pages each. Think that's cheating, James. I mean, people do Shorty September where they do 30 books in 30 days and they read short books. That's how most people do the 31 and 31 days, I feel like, at least that I've seen on YouTube. So don't feel bad. There's no cheating. You're still reading. Reading Del Toro Quest 1, The Forest of Silence. Is that a fantasy? Sounds like fantasy. Or maybe sci-fi, but most likely fantasy. Sophia said, I decided to stop and start over chapter 11. Oh, and you understand it a lot more now. You think it's just the kind of writing, which is not great or bad, is the easiest for your mind to wander. That's true. I could see that. Yeah, I definitely have those moments, especially when they're like just sitting at tables and talking, which I feel like is coming up after chapter 8. So And Cinda says, off to run errands. All right, bye, Cinda. Hope you have a good afternoon. Good luck with your errands. You're welcome. James says, okay, I lied. I'm going to watch the new Millie Bobby Brown movie. Damsel, I just watched the trailer and it looks amazing. Okay, nothing like a good movie. And Cappy said, finished Horror Store. Nice. Oh, so creepy and good. Want a part 2 to happen. Awesome. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it. And you said you've read Grady Hendrix before, right, Cappy? Sophia, I just finished chapter 13 and it does pick up the pace again after chapter 11. Might finish Dorian Gray today. I'm on the edge of my seat again. Oh, how exciting! I can't wait to get to that point, but oh, do I want to wait to read more until Friday? Now you're making me think I don't, Sophia. And Jessica, hey! And Jessica says, Nicole just woke up. Yeah, I bet you did. So going to make some tea before my read along announcement premieres in half an hour. Yay, yay, yay. Wait, I thought I saw your readathon announcement. Are you doing another readathon? Are you doing a readathon with somebody else? Because I swear I saw that. Maybe that was just my imagination. But anyway, that's exciting. Can't wait to see what it is. Christina said, I chatted. Fair enough, Christina. Ashley, I ate some lunch and got some laundry done. Progressed only a few pages in my reading that go around. That's okay. Sounds like you got a lot of other things you needed to get done so you can get back to reading, right? Sherry says, caught up with Trollop. Nice. Quested for food. Good. And watched some TV. Nice. See, that's nice too. When you catch up with your reading, then you're like, now I can also do all these other things that aren't reading. It works both ways. Metzley says, I mean, I made it to page 30 of the book, but I remember I wanted to pierce my ear. And now you have 2 more holes in your. That's really funny. I don't know why, but I like how you're like partway through reading, like, oh yeah, I wanted to pierce my ear, and you just went and did it. Good for you. Hey, Kay, how's it going? I'm doing well over here. It's a nice sunny day. I hope you've had a good day as well. And Josie said, I feel like I'm flying through this book with the style of writing. Nice. That's always a good feeling when you feel like the style of writing is working for you. Jamie got to 36% in Hamnet. Nice, nice, nice. Have been working on one of my charity granny square blankets this sprint. Nice. Was that the one that you showed in your video the other day in your book haul where it was like white? I want to say there was more orange than other colors, but I definitely feel like the middle of the squares were their colors. Christina says it was Jaws, a shark eating people who needs. I mean, unless you made it into Ice Planet Barbarians with Jaws. Yeah, just not happening. Anne said she brought ham, mashed potatoes, and collards on her way to the doctor. Yes, for the collard greens. Sounds like Easter dinner to me. Christina, we have Del Toro Quest. My eldest loved those books. Cool. It's children's high fantasy. Okay, it's an Australian series I read when I was a kid and reread them a couple years back, and they still hold up. Very nice. Seems like Christina's Sons of Anne as well. And I love the books too. My favorite is the third series because of the dragons. Nice. Everybody loves a good dragon book. And Kathy says, nope, first Grady Hendrix experience for you. Oh, okay. Well, it sounds like it went well. And Autumn, hello, Autumn. Thanks for joining. Nice to have you here. I'm doing well. I am reading Forever Amber, which is a historical romance and also a mammoth for March the Mammoth. Super long, but I'm about halfway through. What are you reading, Autumn? Let us know. And how are you today? And Sherry said, going to hit up some little free libraries. Ooh, wow, vlog, take pictures. Tell us what you get. Something, Sherry, have fun. And Jessica said, oh, it is another one. Okay, so it wasn't just my imagination. The other one was Stephen King, right? I think. For April. Oh, okay. I got you. Oh, okay. The other one was going on right now. Okay, I'm all on the I think I get it. Maybe. Metzley says, haven't even seen Jaws. Yeah, it definitely sounds like skip the book and watch the movie. The movies are great. At least they were in the 80s or 90s when they came out. Gosh, I haven't seen them in so long. How awful in some ways would those visuals be? But they were amazing at the time. Man, scared me. I still don't like going swimming in the ocean. I'm just saying. I always look like, is there a great white out there just waiting for me? And it doesn't help that I swear there are more out there waiting for us now. And Autumn says that book is huge. It is big. And you're reading Some Girls Do a Lesbian Romance book, just starting it. Okay, so the book title is Some Girls Do, I'm assuming. Sometimes I get confused by those when they're in a sentence. Okay, very nice. I hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, my book is like 900 some odd pages, but it reads pretty quickly. I will say that. Isa says, read a little, prepared lunch for tomorrow, and picked up a book from the library. Very nice. What did you get from the library? Sue said, hubby is driving me crazy, so I only got a few pages read. That's my husband every time I spray, like all day long. He's just super extroverted and chatty, so he'll be like, oh, it's silent over there. Hey, honey, what's going on? And I'm like, I'm reading a book, clearly, not clearly. Oh man, he just wants to hang out. Sophia said you could always finish chapter 8 and see from there if you want to continue reading. True. Though based on what you said about chapter 8, I'm going to. Ooh, I'm gonna do it next sprint anyway. Jamie says it is very similar to the one I showed in my video. Oh, okay. Right, because it's still granny squares. I just want to finish a few to clear up space in my yarn stash. Makes sense. Yep, I need to start making some blankets to clear up space in my yarn stash as well. Yeah, but not until I move because I don't want to start a blanket now because there's no way I'm finishing that before we move, even though we're not moving for a while still, but you know how that goes. Sue said the first Jaws movie is great, the rest not so much. I agree. I agree. The first one was epic. I feel like it was either 2 or 3 wasn't so bad. One of the 2 of them wasn't so bad. I want to say maybe 2, and but still wasn't as good as the first one. Like the first one, new idea, new concept, crazy stuff going on. Ah, yeah, older movies. Anyway, all right, we're at the end of our time. I'm only going to be on until 4 today, so I think we'll just do a 45-minute sprint, so that way we will have time to read and still have some time to chat when we get back. So that sounds good to me. Hopefully works for all of you. Jaws 2 was not bad. Yeah, it just wasn't as good. It just wasn't as good. And then I think there was a third one, right? Which I feel like there was part of the third one that was good, but the vast majority was bad. Yeah, it was more of a continuation. That's true. That's true. And Issa says, The Silent Patient. Oh, I'm doing a buddy read with my girlfriend. Nice. Yes, there are a lot of people I feel like who are coming back and reading The Silent Patient again, or it's had like a second spike, or maybe I just saw people buying it the other year and now they're finally reading it. I don't know what's going on, but I feel like I'm seeing that around a lot. Christina said, but then they went to a SeaWorld type place. And yes, that's right, Christina. Now that you say that, that is so true. Like stuff just I was waiting for Jaws to be like, here's Jaws coming through like the concrete pavement. It did start getting a little like, come on, really, guys? Like Jaws can't literally be everywhere. But he was. And I went to see Jaws with my mom and kept my eyes closed. Yeah, and then the Bahamas. It did get kind of wild, didn't it? The fish was fast. He was all over the place. And Christina said the 3D thing for 3 was kind of cool, but only in the theaters. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. I saw that too. That was cool. And Metzley says, I took my time at the library this morning choosing some books, and by the time I made it to check out, my credential was expired and my documentation lost. So you need to do it all over again. Ah, that's a pain. And how does that work? Like, you mean like your equivalent of like what our library cards are? So, I mean, it sounds like a frustrating situation, but I don't know how your library system works there. But anyway, I'm sorry that happened. Okay, there were 4 Jaws movies. Okay, okay. Now I'm wondering if I've seen Jaws 4. And Alex says, "I jumped to watching Jaws at the drive-in," and my husband's like, "You didn't read this? It's different." Yeah. Yes, there was no smut in the movie. Silent Patient was something else. You feel like you need to reread it. Wow. I'm gonna have to look it up. I've seen the book, but I don't know what it's about. All right, but that was our time. I'm gonna try and be slightly good about getting us back into the sprint. Yeah, yeah. No, the movies are good, Metzley. The movies, the first movie, watch the first Jaws movie. Like, the cinematography will be outdated in terms of the effects and stuff, but it was still like at the time good. Okay, the library cards, yeah, okay. And Christina said, 1 and 2 were in New England, 3 was in SeaWorld, and 4 was in the Bahamas. I don't know if I've seen the Bahamas one. I just remember that by the time it started getting to SeaWorld, I was like, "What is happening here?" Anyway, alright, let me get our sprint set up. Like I said, we'll just do, one last 45-minute, so that I can get my son set up. In fact, you know what? We chatted a little bit longer. I'm gonna just make it a quick 30 minutes, um, just so that I'm not cutting things too close with my son. So 30 minutes on our timer, and this will be our last sprint. Happy reading. Hello, hello, and welcome back from our last sprint. How did that go for you guys? Let me know. Mine went well. I got another 10 pages done, and I think, oh yeah, and I finished chapter 8 in Dorian Gray, and that was good, and it's getting interesting, but I think I'm gonna manage to hold off and stick to my plan, mm, at least for today. We'll see. Anyway, okay, where were we at with you guys? Christina was saying, oh yeah, we were talking about Jaws and yeah, the sequels and the like. And Metzley said this whole conversation is just not encouraging you to watch them. Yeah, well, I can understand that. Christina, that shark just would not stay dead and followed him all over the world. It really did. Like, yeah, like OG stalker. And James said, fun fact, Jaws created the villain point of view camera shot because the shark animatronic kept malfunctioning. Interesting. I did not realize that. That's interesting. I never thought about that. Huh. That is a fun fact. Ashley, I have to go pick up my son from school. Thanks for the sprints. No problem, Ashley. Hope to see you next time. My son will be home soon. And James was saying to Christina, was it the same shark or different sharks every time? I think in theory it was supposed to be the same shark or like the son of the shark or something. Christina said, I did enjoy them for mindless pleasure, but I will not swim in the ocean anymore. Truth. Like, thanks a lot. They ruined it for some of us. Metzley, hold on, question. Was it the same shark for all the movies or were there different ones? Okay, so Christina says, so it was confusing, and like all horror movies, they just won't stay dead. Yeah, I agree, because I swear in some of the movies, slash maybe all four of the movies, the shark dies like a lot. But then in the next movie, the shark is there. But I swear one of the movies is it's like it's the son of the shark. Who knows? There was a lot of reconning of it. And Savasha says, I see you're on only until 4. Yeah, just got home from work. Just wanted to pop in and say hi. Thanks for saying hi. Yeah, usually I would be on until 5, so you would have had like a good hour with us or so, but not today. My son, I was saying, has tutoring this afternoon, and I don't think the bandwidth in my house is gonna handle that at all. So I will have to get Metzley says, I have to go. All right, bye. It was good seeing you. Yep, we'll see you another day. Thanks for coming on, and you're welcome for the sprints. Where did the chat go? Yeah, what is YouTube doing? Is anybody else noticing this? That if they switch to a different tab or even decrease the size of the screen and then bring it back up, that the chat does not pop back up for like a good minute or so? Is that a new YouTube feature that they're using to try and like slow down bots or something? Does anybody know? Is that just happening to me? It sounds like it just happened to you, Christina. Sophia said, didn't get a chance to read that sprint. Yeah, the 30-minute ones are so short, but got a lot read today. Now debating if I want to finish Dorian or save it for tomorrow. Oh, tough question. Just finish it. Finish it. Finish it. Yeah, finish it. That's my vote. Autumn says, I read 2 chapters and it's good so far. Great. I'm glad. I'm glad. And Sue said, finished my book, Formula for Seduction, and read a chapter in my Mammoth book, The Ship of Ghosts. Very nice. Yep, one bite at a time for the mammoths. Anne says, thank you. I read 100 pages today. Awesome. That is so good. Yeah, what did I get a total done of? I read 30 pages first thing this morning. I read because I got yeah. I read 10 pages first thing this morning in Arabian Nights before we got on, while you were all just sitting here and I was just drinking my coffee. I did 2 chapters in my audiobook. I got 30 pages done in Dorian Gray and gosh, what page did I start on? I want to say I started at 5:30 something. Um Yeah, 5:30 something, I think I started at, and so I've gotten about 60 pages done and Forever Amber. So yeah, I'm right around the 100-page mark for the day too. So yeah, good job, guys. And Stormy said, hi, I may have missed most of today's sprints. Oh, just been one of those days. It's okay. I know. I appreciate you popping in and out anyway. Courtney says, no readings, but dishes, and the hair is done. Yay. Yay. The hair's a big one. And Christina says, okay, refreshed, and still my chat cleared all previous comments. Yeah, mine has been doing really weird things. Mine won't clear the comments, but like I won't see any comments for like a good minute when I first get into somebody's sprint. And then it'll come up. But if like click on a different tab and come back to this tab, the comments will be gone for a time. If I minimize the screen, I don't know what's going on, but it's frustrating. Christina says, in the third movie, the shark was there with her baby who was caught by the SeaWorld type and placed and died in captivity. That vaguely sounds familiar. It started getting wild after that point. It was like, okay, you guys are trying to make some like storyline for the shark. Sue said, one, it's the mother of the shark, which made me laugh. Not sure about the other two. Yeah, like there was like family drama going on with the sharks at one point. You're welcome, Courtney. Christina said, I got done with chapter 26, was supposed to be done with 29 by noon. Oh, not quite there. We were finishing it today in book club over on Tina's, but oh well, I will finish it today. I only have about 2 hours left. Okay, well, you'll get it done then. At least you'll have finished. And you're very welcome, Christina. You have a beautiful rest of your day as well. And Dee Dee says, read 11 pages, so no pre-spring cleaning happened. Yeah, nope, haven't done that either. Going to get 50 to 50% of Dorian Gray, so 5 more pages, and then get something to eat and start what I should have 7 hours ago. Very nice. Oh, and if you're reading Dorian Gray, don't forget to update your thoughts on the chapters in the Storygraph pages. So, in fact, if you want, I will put a link right to the Storygraph read along in the comments so that you can update that, because I feel like I'm having a conversation by myself, guys. So please join me in the comments over there too if you would like, but only if you want to. You don't have to. So there you go. I've put in the comments the link to the story graph if you want to. Basically, you can go in and for each chapter, you can leave comments on anything you want. I know what I'm leaving some comments on in chapter 8, and 7 and 6. Yeah, but I'm glad everybody's enjoying it. Christina said, a few times it has been like screen goes all the way across my screen and I can't scroll and find the chat box. Yeah, the chat box will just completely disappear. I don't understand what that is either. Okay, there's the link to the story graph. Hopefully you should be able to click on it. If not, you should be able to copy and paste, I think. You're welcome, Dee Dee. Thanks for coming. Always forget to put comments in the read along. Same. That's why I figured I'd remind people. And Storm says, I noticed my phone that the chat goes away if I minimize. Yeah. Yeah. I think that's something new that they're doing. It happens on my computer because that's where I mainly watch it. And same thing. Sophia said, maybe I won't finish Dorian Gray, but we'll at least update Storygraph. Okay, fair. That's good too. And Jessica says, oh, good point. Yes, Storygraph. I will join the conversation when I start it this week. Yeah, do. It's a lot of fun. There are a couple of us talking in there about stuff that's going on. I'm literally just leaving all my thoughts in there. Christina says, I join them and read the books, but forget to say anything. It happens. And Dee Dee says, I'm not good at leaving, but I'll make a point too. Sure, that would be great. Sophia, yes, you're welcome, Sophia. Thanks for coming. Jessica says, going to spend the rest of the day prepping for Disturbed concert. Ooh, you're doing all the concerts, girl. Have fun. And continuing with my hospital plan. Yes, do that as well. And you're very welcome. All right, that's the end of the comments. So that's the end of our stream today. Ooh, look at that. 10 minutes early, even. So, yeah, thank you guys for coming on. I always have such a good time hanging out with you guys, chatting, getting a lot of reading done and everything. So it's always just, yeah, fun to read with friends. It's hard to explain because people ask me about it and I'm like, yeah, I know it sounds kind of weird, but just come and hang out and read or like do your dishes or run some errands and pop in or whatever. It's such a good time. So I'm glad you guys joined. And Story said, "Hey Nicole, did you say you had a Discord or is the best way to chat with you Storygraph? I got a giant book in the mail the other day. Yeah, 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 yeah. The Mysteries of Paris. Yes, let's go, Storm. Let's go. Because I'm not reading anything right now, and neither are you. So we have all the time in the world coming up. Um, yeah, so I do have a Discord, but I haven't figured out how to work that. So, I am when we get off, I'm going to have a Voxer. So that will be going up on my channel page. And I just got Google to decide that I wasn't a bot of myself trying to hack my own email. Don't ask. But now that I've convinced Google that I am me and I do just want a second email address, they finally granted it to me. So hopefully by this in the next hour or two on my channel page, you will find an email address that you can email me at if you want to reach me. And you will also find my username for Voxer so that you can reach me there. And once I figure out how to do anything on Discord, I'll put my Discord up there as well. But right now, all you'll be able to do is just message me or like friend me or something. I don't even know if you can do that yet. So I literally have no idea how to use Discord. But hopefully that'll be coming along so that I can put my Barnacle Buddy reads over there as well. But Storygraph right now is the easiest and best way to do a buddy read with me. Yes, Storm. And my Storygraph account is already on my channel page. You can find the information for that. So yeah, so let me just go look at these final things, but I can't wait for that, Storm. So are we thinking April to start? Because I mean we're gonna have to take the rest of our lives to get through it. So we might as well start sooner than later. So let me know because I want to do my April TBR soon. So I'll need to know if like I've got to fit that in there somewhere. Isa says, have a good rest of the day, everyone. Same to you, Isa. Yes, have a great day, evening, night, whatever time it is for you guys. Same for you, Dee Dee. Vanessa is starting sprints soon. Thank you for letting us know, Christina. She's starting at 4, so you guys can hop on over there, or you can always put reading sprints into YouTube and search and just filter for live, and it will show you which reading sprints are live. But I will probably be hopping over, after the tutoring is done. I will probably be hopping over to Vanessa's. So maybe I'll see some of you guys there. Good point. Is Vanessa still having it? 'Cause she was sick earlier. Well, hopefully she's feeling better. Sue, yes, you're welcome. Oh, you have Boxer. Okay, yeah, let's do that, Storm. I have no idea how to use that yet, but I've heard good things, and then we don't have to write. And Teresa says, thank you. Oh, you're very welcome. Same. I enjoyed having you here. And yes, Barnacle Buddy reads. I know. I still love it too. That's literally what I'm going to call them. And yes, April works. Okay, sounds good. Yes, yep, BBR. Absolutely. Okay, and it's still up right now. Okay, yeah, so hopefully Vanessa's feeling better and well enough to do that. All right, that is it for now. I'm going to go ahead and sign off, guys. Thanks for joining me per usual. If you're interested on Wednesday, I will be having my review of Nat Turner, which if you watch my channel, you've heard me complain about all February. So you're going to finally hear why I was complaining. And I'll just say that no thighs were hurt in the filming of that video. It will all be explained, I promise. In the meantime, have a great week, a great day, a great evening, and I will see you all later.